Yahoo! Izzy, thank you for the camp cutie. Hope you're doing goody. I'm on time gamer. RCBA! Yahoo! Hope you're doing goody as well. Welcome, welcome. And Izzy, adorable little fuck. Little cute bitch. Little shit. Little bitch boy. Did you fucking remember your little rat? That I love you, bitch. And I never want to stop loving you. Bitch. Oh boy, it's G7! Yahoo! Return of the VAttourney memes? Hell yeah. Also, glad you enjoyed Ruby, by the way. I've been watching, I haven't been watching, but I've seen that you've been watching it with the Egg Boy. Hope you've been enjoying. Hell yeah, gamer. I've got issues with a couple of writing directions, but Ruby is a good show. Like, I'll give it shit, but I give shit to the things that I like, you know? Like... I can't help myself, alright? If I like a show, I'm so mean to it, man. I'm just one of those people, I'm sorry. That's why I give Genshin so much shit, too. Penny? Yeah, rip Penny. Okay, the one thing that I have an issue with Penny, is that they keep being like, well, aura is the light of the soul. Penny, you have an aura, therefore that is your soul. They use Ozpin to prove that aura carries down memories, but they had to implant completely new aura in Penny, and yet she also had the memories. How much of the memories are the robot? How much of it is the soul? I just want some clarification. Don't talk about Penny, cries. Shit, spoilers? No, I'm talking about like the season 3 when she dies the first time. Need the gabagool. I'm alert because I need to play this another time. Ain't no worries, butter bro. You enjoy your alert. Thank you so much for stopping by. Midnight, what's up, gamer? How are you? Still spoiler? Yeah, you're right. Barra memento. Look, I'll admit when I'm wrong, okay? I'll admit when I'm wrong, but when I think I'm right, I'm gonna die on that hill. That's just the way it is. Alright, I'm just gonna tell you how it is.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath.
I'm sorry, Sholmes?
In time, there came from
like,
the ventilator
like Holmes?
and a soft,
like Sherlock Holmes?
sound. Suddenly,
what?
Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. You see it, Wilson? He yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air.
I love the fucking...
I raised my dark lantern shutter, and the room slowly came into view.
I love the handwriting, like, appearing. This is so cool.
At one particular corner, when he started whispering to me.
This is so cool. What the fuck?
The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which you referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
Woo! Alright. Straight into a murder case! Let's go! I mean, everything's a murder case in VAttourney, let's be honest. Is it just me, or is my model not very smiley today? I want to fix that. Give me a second. Oh, shit. The fuck?
Let us unravel this mystery.
What the fuck is that?
And discover what events...
What is that high-tech bullshit?
Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery.
There's like a Sherlock Holmes character, dude. Who let the artificer in here?
Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality.
What the fuck is that?
This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident, by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Ooh.
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
Like I said, a fucking artificer.
Police come. We must wait. That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder. An cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you, and where have you come from?
Oh, the fucking investigator is dressed as a sailor.
One in the world. Herlock Sholmes.
Herlock
I
Sholmes!
You must have heard of me.
Herlock Sholmes! I'm fucking dead. I love this game already, dude. Not only that, but they have these, like, little animated, like, cutscenes. Oh, this is so good, dude. This is so good, dude. This is so good. My head is throbbing. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Wait, don't tell me I'm the one that was in the closet. Clever girl. Wait, I can't move. Huh? What the? Why am I in handcuffs? So, you wake up now, Oh. We had to... Ah! They found me in the wardrobe! We had to drag you out the wardrobe. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are a true cold-blooded man. You... You found me, then? Duh. We found you. And now you pay. Criminal! How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, sorry. Now you have been found. It is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, No, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Wait, isn't that? Oh. No, it's different. Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Wait, Miss Susato? Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Am I just gonna be the fucking victim, Patsy, of every single fucking case that I have to fucking be a lawyer over? Am I just gonna get framed for everything? Is that the theme of the Great Ace Attorney? Is that you're the fucking bitch boy? Where is he? Where's Kazuma? Ha! You pretend you do not know. You are a wolf in the sheep's pelt. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses. And Joseph, Yahoo, what? Wait, is my friend dead? Oh, fuck. Wait. Oh, shit, they killed off the best friend in the second episode. Not even in the second episode, it's between the second episode. You're an hour ahead the next 2 weeks and catch some streams? Hell yeah, gamer. Mwah. Kazuma-sama Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. Here, in this very cabin, that was bolted shut from the inside. His body? Please, do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. And these handcuffs. Wait, surely you don't think that I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please. No. No! They killed off the best friend slash fucking Edgeworth ancestor immediately, dude. What the fuck? Well, I guess it wasn't the direct ancestor then. Guess it wasn't the direct ancestor. Kazuma. It was just 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble?
Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come with England with me to study?
It was really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. The way the Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was gonna die.
Yes, I still can't quite believe that. I really didn't think that you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. You must be even less of a man than you look, bruh.
Hey! Honestly, I thought I broke every bone in my body.
Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you.
I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway.
They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure.
What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady?
From our faithful judicial assistant Mikotoba, you mean?
Yeah, from your close friend, more to the point. Surely we could confide it in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away.
No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this.
Huh, I suppose so.
Anyway, it's about time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you'd best get in there, I think. Won't be for long. And anyways, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze.
Yeah, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it.
Oh, stop worrying. I'll tell you what. Why don't you write keep out or something on this piece of paper?
What?
Then I can stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside.
I don't know, man. Oh, and now it's got the victim's handprints all over it. We've only been at sea for about 15 days. How could this have happened? We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England together.
We'll leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer.
No, I'm not a murderer.
Duh. You said before. You said you admit everything about your crimes.
No, wait, that's not right. I meant, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but murdering my best friend?
No one else could have done it. Admit the truth.
Susato-san. Please tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there is something I would like to ask of you, too. Those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. Suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. And not even playing Genshin? Yeah, we're doing some more Ace Attorney today. The Gabagool. The Gabagool. Wait, he really hasn't been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream? How you doing? I'm doing alrighty. And these handcuffs, they think that I did it? They think that I'm Kazuma's killer? When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. And the gambling? Oh, I didn't even think about that. Hold up. It's been a long time. Are you... Okay, so... Once again, with the previous, with the previous, Ace Attorney stream, I'm still undefeated! I am still undefeated. I still haven't fucked it yet. I still have not fucked it yet. Can Cross stay an idiot savant? Ace Attorney. Wait. Not guilty and guilty. We're gonna set it to 30 minutes. People have plenty of time to gamble. Can I end this without getting fucked? Let's find out! When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. Wait, what do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via porthole window. The bolt cannot be operated from the outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit could not have escaped these four walls. Wait, what? Or, to put it another way, the culprit can only have been somebody inside the cabin. Is it kind of confusing? Is guilty you getting right or not guilty? Oh, not guilty is me getting acquitted, so that I'm not guilty. And so I get myself free. I clicked on the wrong one. Meanwhile, guilty is if I fuck up. And if I lose, alright? It's win or lose, gamers. Wait, Artie, you believe that I fucked it up? That I'd fuck it up? I clicked the wrong one? Hold up. Am I the only one that believes in you? Well, purposefully, yes, so it seems. Or do you have some other explanation? This is impossible. Oh, how did he die then? What happened exactly? Are you still going to deny the charge? Even despite the circumstances? Please! Sudata-san, you have to tell me! The cause of death is still undetermined. Wait, they don't know how he died? The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course, has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted at the next port of call. So, presumably that means there were no external signs of injury then. That's true, yes. Free my homie, Crossy didn't do nothing exactly. But can't anyone tell me what actually happened in the cabin? I don't understand it! Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably, that's something you know the answer to better than anyone. Wait, please! Whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all. Well, yeah, I was, but... He would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin, as I have every day so far this voyage. But this morning, he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Suzata-san arrived at his cabin door, I wonder? I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went and found a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door, and when he managed to get inside, there was Kazuma-san, collapsed on this floor. And the white tape now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything had happened. Also, why did he write in perfect Russian? He didn't know Russian. He only knew English. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. This is all very hard to believe for me, too. Trust me! Now that I've told you everything that I know, it's my turn to ask you a question. Yes? Alright. Oh, my head feels so heavy. It's still throbbing like anything. Why are you even on board this ship, Naruhodo-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yeah. I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma-san's cabin for so long without him noticing? No, no, no! That would have been impossible, obviously! Yes, of course. He invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you. But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you?
It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you that, didn't I? That you ought to become a lawyer yourself.
Sorry, been a while. How you doing, RCBA? No worries. Hope you're getting some goody food. I've been doing goody. Well, yeah, you did say that, but, you know, I didn't think you were serious.
You have a talent for it. I can assure you of that.
But I've never really thought about being, like, becoming a lawyer.
Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of cultural development, the leader of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there?
Well, no, definitely not.
But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then...
Then what?
Nothing. Forget it.
Huh? Kind of scared that ever since I stopped playing Genshin, I've been getting Genshin ads on TikTok everywhere. Kazuma-sama he was always saying the same thing. That he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you. Yeah. Maybe. But something's still bothering me a little. The look in his eyes, then. It was darker than I'd ever seen it before. Susato-san, I'm sorry we kept it a secret from you. My stowing away on the ship, I mean. If I know Kazuma-sama, I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association. That's exactly right, yeah. Word perfect, in fact. If you're not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night here in this cabin? Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Kazuma brought me something to eat, just like he always did. And then I got myself into the wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that, I fell asleep. Well, yeah. So deeply that you didn't even stir when Kazuma-sama was killed. Well, yes. I know it sounds unbelievable. Really, I do, but it's the truth. If only I'd woken up, then maybe I wouldn't be in this predicament. And for some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. Really? Is something wrong? Oh, no, it's... Please, forget it. Susato-san, you have to believe me! I didn't do it! I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there is no one else who could possibly have done this. Ugh. Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? Why did this have to happen? Ugh, I can't take this. Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen. I'm sorry, but Kazuma was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. And now I'm supposed to just sit around, my hands tied, while whoever did this walks free? No! I can't allow that to happen. Well, what do you propose to do then? I'm gonna investigate. I'm gonna find out exactly what happened here. I'm gonna work out who took Kazuma's life, and how and why they did it. So I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. Here. What the? That was a Susato takedown. A Susato what? The martial arts form is that? I'm going to need you to prove it. Sorry? Prove it? I like that the room even has like a ceiling because of this cutscene. Yes, your innocence. I need evidence. But how am I supposed to? Have you forgotten already? what you achieved just a few weeks ago. And Juno, mwah, Yahoo, why is everything upside down? Our friend decided to stow us away with him on his trip to England, and we somehow fell asleep, and he was murdered. We are the primary culprit because the door was locked from the inside. You successfully defended yourself in the court of law. I see. She's expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. I have to get Suzato-san to believe me. I'll show her some evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of this crime.
Yes!
Wait, tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper over there stuck by the doors? Oh, yes it was. I remember clearly. I thought so. Kazuma always put it in place whenever I went to sleep there. Just in case the cabin steward or like another crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well. Oh, yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled aside from the wardrobe doors before he opened them. But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own. Yes, that's quite true. In other words, that's impossible that I killed Kazuma. Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you. Thank you, Suzato-san. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up? That doesn't explain why you're upside down. I was about to go out and look for the killer, and so she subdued me. She just fucking flipped me over her shoulder or something. In light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here, at least. Thank you! So you finally believe me! I'm sorry. No. What? I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you used some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back into position. What does she think I am, a magician? She parried him walking? Yeah. For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same. Alright, let's get to work, Suzato-san! Please, don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh! I shall be watching you to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example. Right. Well, anyway, I should make a start on investigating the here. Examine everything I can. Kazuma, I swear, I'll avenge your death! Did Kazuma write that before he died? Looks like it's written in ink. He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed onto the floor. Then I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger into the spillage. Poor Kazuma-sama. No doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost impossible, unbearable to imagine it. Yeah, but this is really neat and clean. This is really neat and clean for someone that was supposed to be in pain. It's not trembly at all. That's really suspicious. How about a vision lawyer? Suppose he was making some kind of a clue in his final moments, wasn't he? I'm sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing, man. I don't think that's Japanese, Naruhodo-san. What? Then, what language is it? It pains me to admit it, but I do not know. It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? Oh dear, that won't do. Oh, what's the matter, Suzato-san? Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly. Yeah, that's not good. What kind of prediction is this? So, Mako, welcome to the stream. My best friend was murdered in a room that I was in. A closed door murder. And Herlock Sholmes, the Sherlock Holmes ripoff, artificer, fucking Dungeons and Dragons ass character, thinks that I did it. I'm trying to prove my innocence. Can I, by the end of today's stream, get a not guilty verdict, aka I'm free to go, or will I be convicted guilty? That's what this is. Phoenix, mwah, Yahoo, how you doing, cutie? I'm sure you're careful to look all around using B and M, aren't you? Now let's investigate all the corners of this cabin. Oh, so you can rotate the camera too, is what they're saying. Suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. What's this? What do you think this is? Looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever this thing was, it was broken clean too. The glass is such a beautiful color. It looks like a cute little Netsuke fastener from a kimono outfit. I'm not sure that sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him, would he? And the mark besides it, what is it, I wonder? It has some sort of brick-like hue. And Phoenix, thank you for the head pats. Oh, I just realized head pats aren't working properly. Let me fix that. Let me fix that. Come on, mix it up. Reboot. Rebooto. You're right. It's the color of brick, isn't it? Even though I don't recall seeing anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. Alright. Let's see. Does this work now? It's working! Alright. So, we see check marks by the things that we've already investigated. This. These are rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Buria. It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets also strictly forbidden. Well, we had a weapon here, though. What? Why are you staring at me? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? I can't decide. Well, one thing's for Joseph, I see that pink too, you disbeliever. Well, one thing's for sure, either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. That's a very large traveling case, isn't it? Yeah, it carries a lot of memories for me. Memories? What do you mean? Well, that's actually how I stowed away on the vessel. I was brought on board inside that case. Ah, yes, I see it says, "This way up" in Japanese. Which, in hindsight, we probably should have realized that the foreign crewmen wouldn't be able to read. I was turned over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor in here. Oh dear. Being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. Well, it was less painful than a Suzato takedown. Wait. Why is everything in the bookcase turned over? Hold up. I only noticed that as the camera was turning. The books have fallen over on the shelf, look. They're all toppled over the same way. And what's this? A statue of some god of the sea. Although he's fallen over as well. Yeah. Almost as if, like, the whole shelf's been ransacked. Everything mown down all at once. I wonder if... Perhaps it was Kazuma-sama donning his morning sword training. Doing his morning sword training, do you think? I seriously doubt that. Then perhaps... it was you, Naruhodo-san, in a fit of rage. I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue! Could the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder? Well, I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like to see a mess. No, wait! I don't think we were supposed to do that! The fuck you doing, woman? Tampering with the scene. This is where dear Kazuma-sama would have sat whenever he was writing. London Diary. Poor Kazuma-sama. He didn't even make it to his destination. It looks as though his last entry is incomplete. Which means what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? Let's see what it says. It could be a valuable clue. Hiya! That's out of the question. What? Kazuma-sama may have departed from this world, but you must not read his private thoughts. Wait, what if it's something important? Something relevant to the case? I'm extremely disappointed, my friend, for how he did his Jedi in the Old Republic MMO. Alright, fine. I won't read it. Oh, Kazuma-sama. I don't like prying into people's personal matters either. But in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? Hey, can I talk to you, man? I want more information. Perhaps just see what the Russian crewman has to make of this. Excuse me.
What?
They made a Jedi Knight Shadow. They also made a... Oh my god! I was wondering how it's going. The investigation, I mean.
Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes. But it's not true, I see.
Sorry?
The criminal was asking investigator for information about his crime. Very funny.
Oh, it wasn't supposed to be a joke. He doesn't appear to be laughing either. He's convinced you're guilty. He might have useful information, though. I have to keep trying. So, last night, did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all?
Yet, of course not. Now back to corner son of room and make silent. I say no more to you.
Did I hit a nerve? Just for a minute there, he seemed a little flustered. Oh. So, looks like a meal got turned over. There's nothing on this table at all. The plate and the cutlery all over the floor for some reason. Yeah, that's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still... No, wait a minute. What is it? That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-sama. No! That's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. Yeah, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul. I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on this trip. Yeah, I suppose that just goes to show how important it was to him. And now he's gone, but I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. Seigi, the Japanese word for justice. The brushstrokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma. Yes, his calligraphy was always a reflection of his heart. Yet you... I don't know what's happening. 20k on guilty slots! It's whether or not I can get myself acquitted. Can I become not guilty? Or will I become guilty? Are you saying you don't believe in me? The bandana dude from the beginning friend is the one who's dead? Yes! Yet you... Can you look at those characters without feeling shame, knowing who drew them so thoughtfully? Of course I can! I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to? Bruh, I missed that? No, that's the thing. We missed it too. We came in unconscious to this event. All we saw was a cutscene where Herlock Shoals, that's a name, where Herlock Shoals finds us in the closet. Faith is a lie. Alright, Sith Lord. Even though you stowed away on the ship. Now you're gonna have to bring that up, are you? I can't win. Alright, Ooh, ventilation shaft. Ace detective, more like ace defective. I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin. Isn't that a little odd? What do you mean? Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, looks like it must connect to the next door cabin. Yes, it would appear to. You're right. But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, surely it should be connected to the outside somewhere. That's true. Perhaps it's so that rain and spray don't find their way in when seas are rough or something like that. I suppose? Maybe that's it. What the fuck? Who the fuck is that? Who the fuck is that? He wasn't here a minute ago. It's Herlock Sholmes! As far as I can tell, looks like he might be European. Oh, how did he... You've noticed the man too, haven't you? I have no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious and tall, and suspiciously tall. Naruto-san, don't tell me. Do you really not know who that is? Well, no. I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. And he's investigating Kazuma's desk. Or is he just playing on it? Well, in that case, we simply must talk with him. Am I just imagining it, or does Susato-san look almost uncontrollably excited? By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case, if you press space on people when they're in the crosshairs, you can converse with them. Yeah, alright, I'll get to that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights and see what the fuck he has to say for himself. Oh, please do. Before anything, I still need to examine a couple of things. Like, what the fuck is this? This is... yes, it's a bell cord contraption, I think. What do you mean, contraption? I read about it in a book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, where you can pull on to ring a bell to summon servants. Really? Sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a little try? Yes! In the interest of cultural research, obviously. I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people, though. No, I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy, that's all. It's some 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living inside that wardrobe the entire time, Naruto-san? I think living isn't quite the right description. Oh, no, I suppose not. Although it must have been rather exciting, making this voyage in your own secret hideout. The trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So yeah, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. And last night was no exception. But because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin. No, sadly not. When I went for help and the crewman forced the door open, this bolt had been firmly closed. It's kind of a small bolt, but not particularly sturdy. It just kind of slides to secure the door shut. But still, with the door bolted, there'd be no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. It's just no wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel tense up and all down my spine. I remember reading once in the detective novel, the culprit used like a needle and thread to draw the bolt from across the room in a situation like this. Yes, that is a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. But the door to this cabin and its frame are made of metal. They seal together perfectly. There would be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. When she glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles all up and down my spine. Alright. I don't think there's anything else I can immediately investigate that seems important. Even the ink spill is a part of the other thing. I think he's all I've got right now. Excuse me? Excuse me? Do you have a moment?
Shh! This is a critical point in my investigation.
Maybe I should leave him alone. Seems a little unfriendly. Yes, perhaps that would be for the best.
Greetings! I hope I haven't kept you long. Ah!
What exactly were you doing on Kazuma-san's desk just now?
Ah, I see. Fascinating.
Sorry? What do you see? Feels like he's looking right through me.
Oh, yes. Everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken.
Sorry? What?
And now, whilst venturing forward towards foreign climes, you find yourself in a most troubling predicament.
Oh, well, that part's true at least. But how?
How the deuce did I know that, perhaps? It was really a most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining.
Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else?
But of course, a great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madam, for example. You have fled your native land of Russia, being as you are a merciless revolutionary. Huh? You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake, and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. Huh? And when the Berabend occupant of this cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes.
Just to be clear, you're talking about me, aren't you?
Certainly I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name.
I don't even see one person who fits that bill. So it's true. It was you who did this to Kazuma-sama. This is the Wish version of Sherlock Holmes. Yeah, exactly. What? And you're plotting a revolution, too. It's shameful behavior, not all the same. Absolutely wicked. Wait, no, listen, there's no way I... Yeah! Now explain yourself. Tell me everything. This is ridiculous. How could you do it? For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously. Oh, forgive me. And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came into your head.
Ah, but was I not right? Whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you find yourself in a most troubling predicament, do you not?
Well, yeah, maybe. And Joza, you have a wonderful rest of your night.
There you have it. You see? What do you make of that?
Well, to be honest, this ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So, I'm not really sure you could call that deduction. It's more like plain observation.
Indeed, an observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles, you see. I announce my findings with a brassy certitude. And more often than not, I'm right.
I don't think you've introduced yourself.
Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women the world over. The inimitable Sherlock Holmes.
So, it's really you, the actual Sherlock Holmes.
The very same. The inimitable actual Sherlock Holmes.
Do you know this man, Suzato-san? The most famous detective in the world, Naruto-san. Of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him. What planet have I been living on, then? We must ask him what he's deduced. He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? Yeah, who let the VTuber outside? Who the fuck left this VTuber outside, man? So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what is your name again?
Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Herlock Sholmes.
Oh, I see. You're German? Herlock, was it?
No, I have no hair. I mean, I have hair. Please, call me Sholmes. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication.
Oh, yes. Rant's magazine. Full of wonderful short stories and interesting articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially. Ah, yes, here it is. The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. So, you're the protagonist in a series of short stories, then?
Indeed I am.
And you've read so many of your own stories, you start to think you really are a detective?
Make no mistake, I'm not the poor deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backwards.
Backward.
My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in the magazine.
You have a biographer? Do you?
Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London.
Dr. Wilson?
I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment I'm returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown.
Really? I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not.
Deduction, you see, to me is a science. Logical reasoning at its purest form.
A science? Really?
The astute observer notices even the most subtle of reactions in a subject. A furtive glance, a twitch of muscle, a slight inclination of posture, fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows even in the skin. All these things are data.
Right.
And the trained logician makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago.
How can you look me in the eye and claim that?
So you see, I have a turn for both observation and for deduction, and fame. That is what makes me the one and only Herlock Sholmes.
Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet, though?
Have I managed to deduce anything? My dear fellow. Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him. When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all of the crew members to force the cabin door open.
And I concealed myself amongst their number, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective, Herlock Sholmes, was on board. And the handcuffs seem to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. The very moment I laid eyes upon the scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me.
Oh, really? Two facts, you say? Mr. Sholmes, tell us, please. What two facts are apparent to you when you came to this cabin this morning?
Ah, yes. But first, let us be precise. The two facts in question were immediately apparent to me.
Yes, I understand. What were they?
Allow me to elucidate them. The two facts that I deduced were from mere momentary glances at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number one, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number two, the victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance.
Hold on, Mr. Sholmes. What made you think the victim was Russian?
Observe the dying message left behind by the victim on the floor.
Except he was Japanese, so completely wrong.
Russian word for wardrobe. Oh, shit, it was on autoplay. When? How? In the final moments, many find their native tongue filling the head for this young man Russian. Kazuma was Russian, was he? Initially, I considered Gardenrob to be the name of the killer. Certain Robert Gard, perhaps. But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be not wrong to look inside the wardrobe there at least.
Where you found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundless.
Quite so! I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer!
Why is it that I'm Russian too?
I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people.
Our school uniforms are traditional dress of the Russian people. I had no idea.
And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim in the message, that I might analyze it for possible hidden details. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed.
Yeah. Kazuma has already been taken away by the time I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes. Thank you.
Sholmes was a racist? He's British. So yes.
Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes?
What, pray?
You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that...
Ah, yes, the train of reasoning that led me to the truth.
Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me, do you think?
Certainly, if it interests you.
How many times... I'm not Russian! I don't speak Russian! So, can we talk about your deduction before? The things you concluded about me, I mean.
Ah, now famously accurate troubling predicament that you find yourself in.
Actually, it's the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 part. This is why Hatsune Miku doesn't like the British.
Ah, yes, the most sordid details. Fairly commonplace seduction. Here's this morning's paper. The main headline reads: Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday. Last night, the young Russian was murdered.
Since when was Kazuma Russian? It sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded he was Russian because of what Kazuma wrote on the floor.
It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of the crime was the same merciless revolutionary. One who would kill the very man who helped him escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you. Villain Bolshevik.
No, wait. How could that be me? I don't look anything like this man. Look at his face!
Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well.
Oh, please.
And I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more?
Well, that's because I'm a stowaway. What about the other details? The 16 victims of assassination blowing up the Crystal Tower.
Ah yes, the journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all the particulars in the article. The deeds the man has perpetrated thus far and those he is plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake.
Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder? And what about the part where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan?
Also quite clearly stated here in the article. Bolshevik has recently returned after a period of subversive activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan.
Where even is that, anyway? This Afghanistan place.
Here, take the paper for yourself, as a little memento of this great deduction.
Oh, thank you?
I've absorbed all that is of interest to me within the pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. And you may find the article on that back page of interest as well. On the back? Cast your eye over it sometime if the interest takes you, though you may need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russian. I couldn't hope to read this. Suppose it wouldn't hurt just to glance at the article. Maybe there was like a picture or two? So before we started talking, you were examining Cosmo's desk, weren't you? Cosmo? Ah, yes, the victim.
Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all?
Didn't he say that we were Russian? He thinks we're Russian for some reason. Because the last message was written in Russian. Observe for a moment the desktop of the victim. We see that the victim was engaged in penning some text. London diary. Cosmo was keeping notes of the trip. Ah, but I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people. Tragic. And sometimes you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what a Suzato takedown is. Suzato-san? Aren't you gonna throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns?
I'm sorry, Naruto-san. What on earth do you mean?
Life is so unfair. Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely this diary belonged to the victim, it would appear that the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray be as precise to its details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. A smattering, dear boy, a smattering. Sayonara, bonsai, mikado. Nado, nado! I trust you're suitably impressed. But this diary is littered with complicated-looking characters, of which I can read precisely none. So what was all that showing off about before then?
If you would be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it for you, Mr. Shows.
I am much obliged, my dear madam.
The final entry here in Kazuma-sama's diary consists of 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. A whistling sound?
These are very deep waters. Pray, go on.
The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? What on earth does that mean? I have no idea.
Oh! That's why they showed the snake in the beginning! He was poisoned! He got bitten by a snake! Wait, but then what's the writing? Okay, wait, maybe I still don't know. The ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring to the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yeah, the adjoining cabin. Cosmo's diary has been entered into the court record. So, I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being, at least.
Ah, do you have somewhere to go?
As it happens, the victim's writing in his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe. And if I'm still too long, the seasickness takes hold.
Oh, I suppose. You're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to.
Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. So yes, I intend to investigate. Hence, the truth will become clear soon enough.
You think perhaps that we could go with you?
No, that would be somewhat complicated.
What? But why?
A simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer.
Oh, these are...
After all, you're the prime suspect in the matter. No?
There's no point in trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place.
Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit of any point.
You must be joking! You just said it like a moment ago!
Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing.
Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did actually hear you say that too.
You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said that you had the face of a criminal, you know. Not really.
So what? Were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are.
Well, anyways, that was then, and this is now.
What do you mean?
What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, you must pay the plot more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate.
Now he's just being plain rude. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. Sense of humor is as twisted as his name. Naruto-san, what are you just standing there for? We must go and investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? There's no way I can... Yeah! After Kazuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? You're just going to roll over and accept your fate? As if you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. I think we still have some investigation to finish off here first, though, don't you think? Well, let's carry on examining what we can of the cabin. We'll wait for a chance to slip next door. Good idea. The situation doesn't look good for me, but there's still things I can do to help myself. And I owe it to Kazuma to do everything that I can to find a way out of this. And bring the real culprit to justice. Okay. Oh, the backside. Ah, this is interesting. Have you found something relevant, Naruto-san? Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting. I can't read a single word, I'm afraid. No, nor can I, but look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess, you think? She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you? I don't know. I can't make any sense of it.
Oh, I'm glad you've noticed this article. Ah! Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents.
Oh, thank you.
He pops up everywhere, this Sholmes. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novivik Ballet disappears from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova.
Why are Russian names so hard to remember?
It appeared that the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room, wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles.
Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money. Suzato-san's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves.
The tiara is a property of the Novivik Ballet. It appeared the director is beside himself with worry.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. They've requested international assistance at all ports with sailing to Great Britain.
Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country? It does seem to be the Russian thing to do. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo. Alright. Excuse me.
What?
I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Would you mind if I investigate a little outside?
Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes.
Oh, it's the same conversation as, like, last time. Naruhodo, Mr. IC. Mr. IC, yes. There's no chance of me escaping. We're in the sea. You stay in cabin until next port. Up to Hong Kong police to decide what they do with you. You stay. Alright. No point in trying to appeal to this man's better nature, that's for sure. Instead of so-called detective, I'm more stuck in here than before. I'll just have to focus my efforts investigating in here. Alright. Investigated that, we've investigated that, we've investigated that, investigated that, we've investigated that, investigated that. Wait, that's my dinner from last night. A roast chicken. It was really tasty. Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But, did you eat it on the floor here? No, I'm not a dog, Suzato-san. I ate it at the table, of course. Which begs the question of, when and how did the plate end up on the floor? But Kazuma-san didn't like chicken at all, did he? No, that's right. So he didn't touch it. Which meant that all the more for me. Oh no! Does that mean poor Kazuma-sama spent his last night on Earth with an empty belly? It's just too horrible. Ugh, now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. Huh? Wait, look over there. The crewman, do you mean? He wasn't there before, was he? That's what I thought. Why don't we try talking to him? Probably because I'm likely to get yelled at again, but I suppose I could try. I guess I was missing the one thing. Is that... Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san? Oh, no, it's just the crewman standing by the door. I can't help feeling like I've seen him somewhere before. Oh, yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir. Yes? What can I do for you? I recognize that face, but that can't be. It is! I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga. Hello again? What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you that my heart stopped. Nearly stopped, I hope. I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew and board the ship. Again? You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. I never expected to see this man on board, but perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. Alright, what are your special orders this time, Inspector? Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew? I'm sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Asogi-san's bodyguard. It was the Minister of Justice Jigoku who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Assassinated? How could that have even been a possibility? I'm not sure. But these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jigoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was assassinated.
Obviously, we could not give Asogi-san a visible security escort. Which is why I am undercover now, posing as one of the crew.
I see.
And I did not take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board, from morning until night, every day. But I never imagined what had happened here, inside his own cabin. Not on the first class deck. I failed miserably at my assignment. And also, Asogi-san is dead as a result. I am a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize. Inspector. So if there's anything all I can do to help now, say the word.
Well, we're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves.
I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer?
Of course not! We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door.
Yes, so we need to be allowed outside of the cabin. I'm sorry.
What? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety.
If you moved even a touch of the handle of the cabin door, that stormy-looking seaman there would surely snap your neck in two.
I suppose. I'm not just a stowaway now, they think I'm a murderer as well.
Would it be possible to give me something to work with, you think? I'm going to need something persuasive.
What do you mean?
If I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it, really. Lay my life on the line if I had to.
But I don't see how... There may be a way.
What? Really?
Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruto-san. By presenting me a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession.
Evidence?
It's just the same as when you are in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply present some evidence. That's something that Inspector Hosonaga can actually use. So, evidence that would give us a viable reason to investigate the next door cabin, is it? Alright, yeah, I think I may know what we can use. Definitely Kazuma's diary. The ventilator grill. It's the last thing he wrote. What is that? Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary.
Strange? In what way?
He wrote, "What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grate."
A speckled band? That is strange.
Yes, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that, but what I'd like to know is...
Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it?
You're very astute, Inspector. That ventilator clearly joins to the next door cabin. That's right. So, if we can investigate there, we might be able to work out what that speckled band was.
Alright then. I can leave this cabin at the moment. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I have to entrust the investigation to you.
Really? You're willing to do that?
Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though.
But
what about the captain? Are you gonna go against his direct orders? I'm a man of my word. And I promise you that I will lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asogi-san safe. This is the least I can do.
Thank you. Let's seize the moment then, Naruto-san. Let's leave this cabin at last.
Alright, let's see what we can find out.
finally out of the cabin. I have to admit, this isn't exactly what I was expecting. Less spacious out here than I thought it would be. This is the most luxurious accommodation? Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent on the study tour by the government. That's why he was being put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage. Really? That must be awful. Oh, look over there. There's another crewman keeping watch. He looks enormous, even if he's sitting down. The door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't. I suppose. Like people in handcuffs? Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already. Well, yeah, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Kazuma's trunk when I first came aboard, and ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. It must have been a very trying time for you. Please, don't give me that pitying look. I wonder, should I investigate anything out here? What's his deal? What is that tan? It's like burned like across the... Excuse me, could I ask you something?
You little stowaway murderer!
That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you?
You little third-class lady's maid.
Oh. We seem to have caught the sailor in a bad day, Suzato-san.
I am not sailor. My mother gave me name. I am senior crewman Biff Stroganoff.
His name is Biff, like Back to the Future? Bruh. Whew. The best thing is just to avoid eye contact, I think. Mr. Stroganoff, about the first-class cabin area?
Here we are, the finest part of Buria steamship for very important persons.
What sort of very important persons?
Government officials, kings, queens traveling in secret, many important persons. That is why I am always guarding this place.
Gosh, that's amazing.
But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in ocean. But Stroganoff is not animal.
Thank you. If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Asogi currently occupied?
Da!
Suzato-san, did you understand that? It sounded like, da? I think it's probably Russian for yes, or no. Genius.
It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation.
Well, it sounds like there's somebody in the next door cabin at least. Yes, it's tantalizing. Could you tell us who's traveling the cabin next door to Mr. Asogi's?
His name is Mr. Grimsby Roylott. Very important Western gentleman.
Western gentleman?
Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with murder of student boy.
How can you be so sure about that?
Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest from lowly student of insignificant Far East Island.
That was harsh. Could you tell us when Mr. Roylott came aboard?
That is not your business.
Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, and I've been in Kazuma's cabin the entire time, I've never heard of anything from the next door cabin. Or even felt like there's anyone there. That's weird. Well, presumably, since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins, he must be rather important, is that right?
That is not your business.
Are you on watch here all the time, Mr. Seaman Stroganoff?
Nah, all time. So criminals like you cannot come in or get out.
I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all?
It is said about student boy.
Were you on watch last night as well?
Of course.
Did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual?
Here! Head!
What? Suzato-san, did you understand that? It was clearly a no.
I saw nothing unusual. Nothing at all.
You didn't hear any strange noises. Sense anything was wrong in some way. Ah, he's looking away!
I said no!
Sorry? He's lying. I'm not so sure. Could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there.
This is enough. I cannot say more now.
Oh.
It is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin.
Yeah, alright.
Bulkhead to second-class area staying locked at all times. You escape when lobster whistles on top of mountain, or as English say, when pigs fly.
Yeah, I understand. Lobster on the top of a mountain? Good. Now we can investigate this area properly, shall we? Yeah, definitely. That book on top of the table really is huge. There's a pen with it, too. Yes, I'm sure that's the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? The writing is no neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. Anyway, look here. Last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. Looks like a plan of the SS Buria. Shows each deck. Look. The Buria is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering. Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but... how is it that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of the ocean? Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruto-san. It is? Well, consider the Japanese archipelago. The islands of Japan? Yes, they're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth many, many times larger than this ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them. Well, I suppose so. That is some outdated-ass thinking. And this is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerge. Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. We should ask. No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries. How annoying. What the fuck is that? A trap for catching mice. Why is there a mouse trap outside my door? I mean, we have plenty of those back in home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Let me see. Yes, I think that's what's called cheese. It's made from the milk of cows. Cheese? I wonder what that tastes like. You can't eat it, Naruto-san. The trap will snap on your fingers. Really? But, I suppose you're right. You weren't actually going to try it, were you? All I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Kazuma's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been inside that wardrobe. Poor you. I'll find a little snack for you later. Holy shit, yeah, that's the poor you, for real. What do you think this is? It's very pleasing shape, doesn't it? That's the emergency alarm. It's probably not best to not touch it. Oh, an alarm. It says, press only in times of emergency. It looks as if though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship, and brings the vessel to a complete stop. Oh. This I have to see. What are you doing, Naruto-san? You mustn't touch it! But this is an emergency situation! Look at these handcuffs! You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'll be even in a worse situation. I wish everything would just stop. The ship included. If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. Oh. What the hell is that? It came from inside the cabin. Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman. It's gonna be Herlock Sholmes. Stand aside! I'm about to break the door down. Mr. Sholmes! I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't? Then how can I deuce this? How the deuce can I dispatch this muscular rage? What, pray, can I kick? I think we should just go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. It's gonna be the ballerina lady, isn't it? It's gotta be the ballerina lady and her fucking revolutionary lover. Who are you? Oh, here's the revolutionary. Western gentleman? The man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Do not be absurd. As you can see, there is no one here but me in this cabin. True, the old man does appear to be the only person in here. But in that case, who the hell just screamed? Get out, all of you, now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimsby Roylott, I believe. Yes, that's me, and you are... I am the one and only, the actual Herlock Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt. No. I'm a great detective amongst great detectives. One who adorns the cover of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. A man that uses that magazine like a business card. A detective. I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within those walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. So might I be so bold to ask you to open that small traveling case? What? Don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk. Don't look at me! Oh my! Did you see that, Mr. Lionel? Yeah, the case just shook. Leave now, otherwise I will call the steward. So this is Cosmo's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby Roylott. There's no doubt about it. This strange Russian man's hiding something. I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns. He's so clearly Russian! He's like not even hiding himself. Mr. Roylott, we'd like to talk to you about something. No. Oh. I do not want to talk. Leave my cabin now. This is going terribly. I'm not getting anywhere here. I agree. But there might be someone who can help. Perhaps that great detective could get somewhere with Mr. Roylott. Mr. Roylott, we'd like to talk to you about something. No! Oh. I do not want to talk. Leave cabin now. Alright, You have a moment, please, Mr. Sherlock? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed. I was contemplating a sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call upon my great powers of deduction into service. Oh. And it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually. You're spot on, for once. Observe closely.
our Russian host is in the cabin. Mr. Roylott is clearly trying to hide something.
Ah, he recognizes he's Russian as well.
Do you know what the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why, the truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians.
Right.
Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it?
Oh, yes, please.
Well then, what you are about to see may as well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness or Russian on account of his dubiousness?
Ah, British racism at work. I don't think either of those should be occurring to you like that. Or anyone. That's right. And Mr. Scholes. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but I once read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment.
Shh, I must have complete silence. What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I've reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you're about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? And number two, the other conclusion that I've drawn. You are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Does it not?
Oh, not all this. I never imagined that I would witness one of Mr. Schoen's great deductions with my own eyes. That was a great deduction. Nothing can deceive Mr. Schoen's. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person.
What?
That ineffable twaddle? Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, and now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. This is like a dream come true.
I can hardly believe it, but all the color is drained from Mr. Roylott's face. Looks like somehow both Mr. Schoen's conclusions were right. Oh, how could you? How could I possibly know such things? You wish to say? Very well then. I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived on this pair of conclusions. So I do cordially invite you on a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. Put it plainly, let us work through my deductions together.
Okay, this is kind of cool all of a sudden.
So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches the eye in the first place. This is sick! Is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You are on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Now, moving on. One question then begged is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to share the light of the matter. Regardless, if you will, of the morning's newspaper, in particular the fascinating front page article, which would appear you have read also, Mr. Roylott. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article of the Revolutionary. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard as well. Having noted the article yourself, you decide to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt.
Wait, is this the ballerina lady? I feel like she's got like a fake nose and goggles, and it might even be the ballerina lady.
You are the famous Russian revolutionary himself, villain Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand?
He's so wrong, isn't he?
Now, as for my second conclusion, you are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime? Over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylott. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eye speaks so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes, the traveling case. It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents lay bare. No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside there, then, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps? Or slight enough to fit therein? Don't be absurd! And what, pray, would be the identifier of this young lady in the traveling case?
No, she's the young lady. That's a fake beard. It's the girl. It's the girl. It's the girl in that thing.
You're not well suited for a life of crime, are you? Your careless coup d'oeil betrays you well. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can equally be found in the pages of the newspaper. For there is another most stimulating article. If we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovik Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova.
This is very well done. This is very cool.
Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this Russian enigma, Elemensky.
So is that the sound? That wasn't one of the greatest. That wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come over here for a moment?
Pray, what can I do for you?
It's about your deductions. Would you mind?
Not at all, go on.
Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other.
Ah, yes, I recall our discussion earlier. At the time, I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary, well able to revolutionize his own appearance.
In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roulette does look more like this man than you do. Well, that's not the point. And another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina?
Indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman.
Not just at a first glance, it is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child in that case, he'd be pushed really hard. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she?
You mean you don't know? No, the young lady's 15.
No, I didn't know. How could I? Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the case.
Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain lightness in their bodies. Vinegar? Such a sour bunch, it would be simplicity itself to contort oneself to the confines of the small case.
Oh dear. You might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Holmes.
This whole thing is turning into a fucking circus.
Mr. Naruhodo, something occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of the matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic seems a little off. Yeah, your idea of a little might be a little off itself, Mrs. Susato. It's just one or two key words in his deductions that seem to let him down. So I was wondering, we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think?
Switch some key words in his deductions.
Yes, but very tactfully. I'm sure that, I feel sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction.
Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind.
This man's a lot of work.
At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me.
It's not that funny.
Ah, and you, my good fellow. Sorry. Take a moment to look around your wrists.
My wrists?
What?
Oh, where are your handcuffs?
Huh? How did... I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction.
I don't believe it. Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel.
And don't worry. I shall restore the shackles to your wrists once we are finished.
I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this.
So, let us begin then. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present Logic and Reasoning Spectacular.
Course correction.
Alright. Obviously what catches our eye in the first place. Okay.
Enormous pair of shears in your hand. That's accurate. That's why it was an exclamation point. What could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You're on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you support. So, this is where something's wrong. I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard? I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me, though. It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either. Which means, I suppose, the deduction is wrong. Let's try to switch a keyword there, Naruto-san. See if that helps. Alright, but how? We need to start taking a long look at Mr. Roylott. Wonder if it's really his beard that he intended to use those shears on. Exactly. If we do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sholmes' deduction better, then what? Then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruto-san. Why am I the one that has to do something about this? Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we can use even if we switch around that last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roylott really going to use the enormous shears for? Oh! Yeah, it's the ballerina girl. I fucking called it. Yeah, it's the ballerina girl. What the hell is this? It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks. No, the color is not the point. The point is, what's it doing in the back of Mr. Roylott's head? How's it growing out from underneath his thick black hair? Well, yes, that's true. It is stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising. Something's definitely not right here.
Yes!
Ah, we do the snapping thing too, that's great. You are on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport.
Indeed. You have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all. You're a woman. And judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one still very much in her youth.
Oh no. If only I had managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. Or tuck it inside your fucking coat. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain, with clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Sure needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity, the article of the revolutionary. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea the old man was really a young woman in disguise, did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise. Naruhodo-san, you're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry? You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room deducing the facts with Mr. Sholmes. I'm just doing what we agreed on. I'm not having fun or anything. This is strictly business, not strictly... It's just strictly... yes, I understand. Say no more. Well, anyway, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts at all now. No, that's true. Given that Mr. Roylott is actually a woman. Exactly! He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. Suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now. Yep. Let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts that we now understand them. For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her true identity. I feel like, though I've read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. I wish you didn't have to tell me that. I wish you would just trust me to remember that, hey, literally, we have the fucking ballerina girl.
Yes!
The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right, you hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovik Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yeah, because your true identity is that of the Novovik Ballet's prima ballerina, Miss Nicola Pavlova! Ah! What the? That looked like that should have killed... I guess the hat's, like, tall enough. That is not a 15-year-old's model. She looks like she's in her early 20s. The way that she's drawn for this. You're right. My real name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. Now for my second conclusion. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof for this crime is over there. Yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eye speaks so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, the traveling case. This woman is the ballerina, and she's right in front of her eyes. Clearly, she can't be inside the traveling case as well. No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all. Which, in case, what is the crime that the young woman is apparently committing? I can see that I'm gonna have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again. You seem to look pleased, Naruhodo-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes? Oh, stop it! Anyway, there has to be something else in here that shows what this woman's up to. Ah. Whoa, look at the dazzling tiara. I've never seen anything like it. Are those real diamonds, you think? Oh, Naruhodo-san, try it on. What? Me? It's girls who usually wear tiaras. You try it on. Oh no, I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful. Why does this tiara look familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere recently.
Yes!
any proof of your crime is surely the tiara. I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novovic Ballet, is it not? Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in the newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you've committed is theft.
Oh no.
Yes, you left your ballet troupe, unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you.
I have no one. No family. No friends. I'm all alone and I need money. But I did not steal that tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia. It belongs to me.
This girl's only 15 years old, and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely.
Alright, I will tell you everything. There is no point in hiding it now.
Come close, let us not be hasty.
What?
There remains one unsolved mystery about you.
Mystery? What do you mean?
You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It's reasonable to conclude, therefore, there exists some reason why you wished for it to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there's no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case, even before I've laid eyes on them. Dear me, we're not well suited for a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'oeil betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason why you refused to open your case, written on the books on the shelf. What?
Wait, he's completely changed tack with his deduction now. I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you? Well, maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all this? It's a wild guess, surely. Oh, do you think so? Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would be written in a book that doesn't even belong to her. Yes, that's true, but still, Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself.
And there has to be another reason why she won't open her case. It has to be somewhere in the same area, if that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn.
I agree. That is the only answer.
Whatever she has hidden in that case should be revealed by her following her case in the... Pets! It's the thing next to it!
Yes!
She has a snake. She's got a pet snake. She's got a pet snake. Yep, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons, other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets also strictly forbidden. Inside that look of yours, in that case of yours, is something forbidden from carriage upon this vessel. It is that is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. And as we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon, no dangerous item would move of its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova, inside your traveling case. Is the last item listed as forbidden in the vessel's rules of passage. A pet! So clearly you're not who you said you were. What do you call a pile of cats? A meownton?
No, I am not Grimsby Roylott. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct.
You absconded during one of your ballet's company performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel, which couldn't have been easy. The Borea is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could you really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman, and you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave it well alone. So, if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? That veritable tinkling of a bell? Why, none other than this young lady, naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me.
I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure that they would come looking for me. That is why I decided to, how do you say, disgust myself so no one would recognize me. As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable old man. I see. Ah. I put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then, just before you came in here, I saw in the newspaper, right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I did not change my appearance completely, that they would find me. So I decided to cut off all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and...
At that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door.
Things happen like that sometimes, don't they?
Things do indeed happen like that, from time to time.
Are those two even talking about the same thing? There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You alright? It is my dear friend inside, my only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say to any of the crew.
A secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us in as much detail as you can muster about the events of last night.
Yes, alright. I will tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? Wasn't it something, Mr. Sholm's great deduction? Hey, look. I kind of figured out all that detail. I mean, it was certainly something, yeah. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible.
Indeed, it is incredible. And one more thing.
Oh, yeah? What?
Observe your wrists.
Oh, you bastard. Your hands! A cuffed again!
What? What? Ah, come on, how? True to my word, I've restored your shackles. Ah, when? Why?
There's still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say. It can't be helped at the moment.
Can't it really?
Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Mr. Cosmo wrote in his diary really was. So what happened last night? Do you know someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh! That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example? Perhaps people talking?
Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps its steam engine exploded.
Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that last one had happened. Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice any things that was happening around me. Oh, I see. So, you ran away from your ballet company then, haven't you? Novovic Ballet? Yes. I am traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about ballet. I will start a new life.
You wish to forget? A challenging proposition. When you have that striking tiara as an example.
But the tiara is mine. I need to live. I have no money of my own. The Novovic Ballet gives us only a little food and water. And we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes. And the crew of the ship, they have all been kind to me. They let me come on board. They said I could hide in this cabin.
Oh, they were sympathetic. If that isn't indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, creates the most intriguing conundrum.
Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo? Me? Oh, well, yeah, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation to what conundrum. I'm not exactly sure, but...
Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose to you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Buria stopped in no port last night.
Oh, wait, that's it, of course!
So how is it, pray, that you came to be on board? How do we have the newspaper is the bigger plot hole. How the fuck did we get the newspaper is the bigger plot hole.
Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard.
That is not your business.
Yes, you're right. Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage.
Sorry? What was that?
It is how the Russian newspapers described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens because I am an angel.
Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid.
Mr. Sholmes once said I never can resist a touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same.
A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, in fact. Yes, yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what anything really happened. So who's your friend? So they're inside your traveling case, is that right?
I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh, please, don't tell. Don't tell any of the crew. If they found out my precious...
Then, the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes.
But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it?
Maybe an adorable little rabbit? Ah, you'll credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then? You may as well ask. I have no idea! Ah. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken.
I'm going to strangle him. I'll fucking choke a chicken, alright. I'll fucking choke out its whole ass neck. I'll be responsible for murder. I will become guilty. Really? Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call. Daily fresh eggs. And when adversity strikes, it can satisfy the needs of sustenance. So you'd eat your friends. I'll remember that. Well, it would appear that this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret to not be revealed. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it, though. What should I show her? Ooh, the diary! Speckled Band! That's why we're here. Yeah, choke a Yangaruga for you? Hell yeah. This is the diary of my friend who passed away last night. His diary? Yes. He wrote in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m., I can hear a faint whistling sound, and then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m., what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? I don't understand. It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he means joins this cabin, you see? Up there, on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh! Miss Pavlova? Has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you, or the whistling sound, perhaps? No. I don't know anything. Oh. Excuse me, Mr. Roylo. Oh, shit, that was the fastest, guys. Yes? What? Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once, please. Alright. I will come now. I fell asleep earlier. I'm shocked you're still on. It's only been 2 hours. What? You must leave. Now. Oh, no, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott. Get out! The passenger said out, or do you want me to throw you out? Looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. What a pity. And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. Okay, that's part 1. Hopefully we got everything that we needed out of that. Part 2 time. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we managed to find some clues to what the speckled band might even be. We didn't manage to investigate it at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. He's clearly glaring at us as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh, yes! He's completely disappeared. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring that these were securely back on my fucking wrists. Alright. Can't go in there. Let's check back in Kazuma's cabin. Maybe something's changed. His position's different. Looks like they're still investigating in here, too. Yes, on that subject, I wonder if Inspector Hosanaga is unscathed. What do you mean, unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you? Naruto-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? Name it the SS Bussy? Absolutely. SS Fat Bussy. P-H-A-T. He said he was going to talk to the captain about it. He said that he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yeah. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us, actually. You never know. He's not in here. Oh, he is in here. Oh, shit! He got punched across the... Oh, fuck. Ah, you're back. Inspector? What happened to you? Your face is... Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe? When I told you that the captain had given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fists and toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So, it was nothing, really. Looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring captain. Yes, so I understand. Oh. I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Herlock Sholmes. I don't think he was German, though. Ah, yeah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes, then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes! Let's do it! Okay, so... Turns to the cabin next door. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door! Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know the graceful angel? Chat really doesn't believe in you, right? I think I upset him a little there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case at least. Oh? How? Because angels do not go around committing crimes, do they? Oh, nah, I've definitely upset him. Inspector, has your investigation here proved useful? And if I'm honest, very little more that I can do. Our duty is to make sure that the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. Ah, there is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, like what? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please. New information. What is the new information that you have, Inspector? It is this. The Buria medical officer has finished his investigation of the body. I have managed to obtain the report. Oh! Kazuma's post-mortem report. Kazuma-sama is... So what was the cause of his death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae is what written on the report. His neck was broken? Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds, no other signs of injury. So at first I thought they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found yet. But the fact is that there are no signs of a wound. Suggested it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see. All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It's a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left. Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be of useful, you are welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? The post-mortem report has been entered in the court record. Oh, and Mr. Sholmes was here, was he? Yes, he seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept around the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention it, yes, just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish, was all he said. Shoe polish? The hell did he mean by that? It was when he was over there by the pieces of broken glass. Do you see it? Ah, perhaps he was talking about the brick-colored mark. Do you think? Yes, that must be it. But how could Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. Well, what is it, Suzaku-san? Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? Sort of dark brownish red, then. Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Oh, does that mean this mark was left by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffled on the floor? That's all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring to the back of my head. Yeah, that might be for the best. Thank you. Poor Inspector. You look exhausted. Oh, no, well. I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke up this morning. A heavy head? That's interesting. So do I. My head's still throbbing, too. It was the dinner. We ate something weird. Hold up. Has anything... He's gone! We're in, boys. We're in. We're in. The guard's gone. The guard's gone. We're in. Look, Naruhodo-san. Seaman Stroganoff is gone. Strong enough? The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us. Oh! All these Russian names are impossible for me to remember. Tra-la-la. Did you hear that? Sounded like someone singing. Tra-la-li-da-li-da-le. I did the great detective way. This caroling. I know that lock-like voice. Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate. Yeah, definitely. But maybe before that Stringy Knot crewman comes back. It's Stroganoff, not Stringy Knot. Alright, now we can investigate the cabin. Oh, the pet is gone. The pet is gone. The pet is gone. The pet is gone. And now clothes are in the closet. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Suzato-san. Oh, where is she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things. There's not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. Yeah, I suppose you're right. For Kazuma's sake. Not just for Kazuma-sama. What do you mean? It can't be long now until we arrive at port, in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves if we must have to. Yeah, we will. So, her shelf has been knocked over as well. So all the books have toppled over together. Look at this. Every single one. Do you think that that's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though. Yeah, it's exactly the same as the bookcase had been next door. In Kazuma's cabin. Perhaps. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase? No, I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet the same night she ran away from the ballet company? Alright then. It must have been you. You lost your temper, knocked them all over in a fit of rage. Not everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know. Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here, too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. Please stop. Please stop tampering with evidence. I feel like I've made a mistake in interacting with these bookshelves. Okay, the rules poster has to be the same as before. They're displayed in this cabin 2, the rules of passage. No weapons, no other dangerous objects in the cabins, pets also forbidden. I suppose Miss Pavlova realized she needed to keep the contents of the case secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean. I wonder where her friends disappeared now. She's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. I just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh yeah, so do I. Oh my! Miss Pavlova's case is open! Yeah, it's completely empty inside. But according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding a special friend in there. Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Buria. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? Can't find anything out of place about the bag? Alright, wardrobe. Naruhodo-san, are you there? Sorry? I'm right here. Yes. Why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Oh, believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump into every wardrobe I see, you know. Well, anyway, I'm not sure if anyone can fit inside this one. This is full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. Rather hoping we could find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no luck. So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door. Yes, although what a fool shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. Oh, maybe it's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm? Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning? Okay, that's a possibility. Anyway, last night, Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band out of a ventilator. Could the speckled band be the pull cord? It's one of those next to the bed in Kazuma's cabin, too. Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist. Stop bringing attention to the fact that we're in. She barely even hesitated there. She just gave it a good tug, too. No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to! We're trying to investigate in secret! Oh, the tiara's gone. Just a few books on the shelf. Nothing else by the looks of it. Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. That's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read, though. Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading Books written in Russian. Yeah, thanks. I think I could probably already knew that. It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruto-san. Kindly remember that. Oh, that is a marker over it. I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately instead. Oh, do you think that there could be a leak in the room above the roof here? What? A leak? Is this ship quite safe? I'm sure that even if there was a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is gonna sink. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? It would seem this teapot is empty. So the natural conclusion is that Russians are very thirsty people? Or, because Ms. Pavlova only came to this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it. You're rather obstinate, aren't you? Not over the sun? Alright, all jokes aside. Oh! The waste bin is separate! Suppose every cabin has a waste paper bin. Let's have a look and see what's been thrown away. Not over the sun. It's poor etiquette to go siphoning through someone's rubbish, you know? Ugh, those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly! We've no choice! There's hardly anything in here at all. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. Okay. Inside the door itself. Cabin door has the same simple bolted latch that our cabin has. The bolts drawn across as no way anyone could enter the cabin from the outside. Yes, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, though, is it? Still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it? It would! All the shelves lean to the left! The ship rocked heavily! The bolt did do itself! It's not a locked room case! And our fucking dumb bitch ruined all that evidence because she fixed all the shell. Ah, I'm fucked. I think I might be fucked. I think I might be fucked. I think I might be fucked. I think I might have fucked myself. And the seals are perfectly too, to stop any seawater coming in. You couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through the crack around the closed door either. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they're suspecting me. I think I fucked up. I think I fucked up. I think I fucked up, guys. I think I fucked up. I think I legitimately might have fucked up. Oh! Load old save? No. We're gonna commit for a bit longer. It's Mr. Sholmes, look! Wow, you never know where he's gonna turn up next, do you? He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. Tra-la-la-li-la-li-la-li. I did it the great detective way. He's still singing. Think he hasn't noticed us? Or he's simply in extremely high spirits? Yes, there were times I'm sure you knew when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky her luck was about. Excuse me? I solved it all and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes! No! Well, what is it? What fight?
Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing and I was just about to reach the climactic finish!
Sorry, I thought you were just never gonna stop, so I figured now's as good of a time as any.
I nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks.
Alright. I get the picture. Can you put your fists away, sir? Mr. Sholmes? You seem to be examining something before we interrupted you.
Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in the study of the ship's log as penned by the stokily built crewman who's usually on guard here.
Oh, yes, the ship's log. Did you find out anything useful from it?
Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank.
Which means there was nothing to report? Nothing of note happened, so...
You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it.
Sorry.
Your logic, my boy, is inverted.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
Observe the other pages, and all becomes clear. It would seem that the same crewman off stands sentry this first-class passageway, and he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour.
Oh. He runs on it every 30 minutes? Nothing to report.
Precisely. To put it simply, the seaman writes nothing to report, and there is just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report.
Oh. Do you mean...
Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night which led to the seaman being absent from his post.
What kind of circumstances? What happened?
Well, that remains a mystery for now. But we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file.
Okay, now that detection was worthy of the great detective.
Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is. Now I see. What makes Sholmes brilliant. Oh, ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. Well, my friends, until our next encounter.
He's still singing to himself. You can hear it as he wanders down the passageway. Something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought. It's just... well... I feel the same.
Sorry?
Ever since I woke up this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing.
Oh, you too?
I go back to Cosmos or what? Oh, what's that? Somebody set off the alarm. Shut down engines immediately. Vessel sighted, quarter mile off 4. Full stop, hard to starboard. All hands, brace for impact. What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? I can't stand. Suzato-san, hold on to me. Ah! Suzato-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruto-san. Oh, here we see all the bookshelves knocked over and the door is bolted shut. Looks like we avoided a collision, I think. Yes, the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness! What about you, Naruto-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Hello, is anyone in there? Shout if you need assistance! Oh, that sounds like Inspector Hosonaga. Is that you in there, Naruto-san? Unbolt the door, quickly! What? The bolt? Look at that! The door is bolted! Did you do that, Suzato-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... And... all the books. They're just like they were before again. Oh, it was a good thing that we fixed all the books. Because now we notice that if the ship leans enough, the bolts slide too much. Naruto-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? I did good! I did good, guys! Hey! I better tidy this place up first, though. Our violent emergency stop had one more mystery, at least in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of that cabin door, well, that wouldn't be pleasant. I hurried around, tidying the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. Okay. I think I actually did do good after all. That's the one thing about this game that always gets me. Is that they always like have like a moment where you're like, oh, I think I interacted that and that might have fucked me over. But it's always a setup for something. It's always set up for something else. You just have to interact with everything. I guess they can't punish you for interacting with a thing, outside of, like, wasting your time a little bit here and there. Somehow, the door to the cabin we were ended up bolted after we made a emergency stop. Suzato-san took a deep breath and gently slid back the bolt.
You, what are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters?
Oh, you both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Ah, yes. Appears to have been a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? Oh, there's a dense fog outside. It's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop.
Everything is chaos. Passengers screaming, crew running everywhere.
The first class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm. Does that mean... someone pressed that button outside? all black. You are the devil. Sorry, me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is that's a first. You opened my traveling case. How could you? What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector! Yes. Arrest this man! I know he did it. He's a criminal. It is not enough that he's killed a man.
Darn! And he's stowaway as well. If Dixon promises not to steal chicken, do you believe?
Ah. Take him away. He's a trespasser as well as everything else.
Stowing away, trespassing, killing, she's right.
It doesn't look good, does it?
There's a cell below deck. Throw him in! Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. We give you straight to police.
Wait, a cell? Please, Inspector Hosonaga, is there nothing you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. We gotta find a solution. Immediately. Alright. I have to, like, probably, like, appeal to somebody's nature here. What the? Oh, Sholmes, you've got to be fucking kidding me. What the fuck is this? You weirdo. What the fuck? What are you doing up there? Mr. Sholmes? And he's wearing the tiara. Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of a 20,000 ruble feels upon one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no, no. Okay, well, why were you hanging from that hook, then? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of 20,000 rubles, naturally. I was to determine if it would bend that conceited-looking hook in the wall so full of brag and bounce. I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. Ah, you again. The great detective. Ah, Inspector, I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is it to report? An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes, the case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Burya, has been solved. By me, naturally. What? What? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So, allow me to illuminate all of your minds. For I'm about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. It's gonna be completely wrong, isn't it? You have solved it. Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing Student Boy this morning when we found criminal in the wardrobe. It is Stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone who could have killed the victim. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. Yes, it's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories. Locked room, that is point! The room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have just drawn across from the outside the cabin. Yes, it can. You're all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Thank you. Oh, yes. There's another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. No, it's the same entrance. It just slid shut. What other entrance
We never discovered one. Why, gates open mouth at you even as we speak. The ventilator, man. The ventilator? You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole.
Well, that's partly because your arms are as thick as tree trunks.
You're suggesting the culprit entered and left through the victim's cabin through that tiny opening. That's not possible. Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator.
Mr. Shoulders, do you mean? Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary?
1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. Dangling from the ventilator grill. Precisely, my dear madam. What does it mean? What is a speckled band? The answer to that very particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes? What are you doing? There's a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I'm about to do is expose, for you all to see, will shock you to your very core. Behold.
Yeah, what the?
Allow me to introduce you all to the band. The speckled band. A snake? Indubitably.
I love Sholmes, he's great. I have a question that I can't answer myself. What's up, Baron Buddy? Why does my sister look like a raccoon stuck in a peanut butter jar while reciting the Declaration of Independence while doing yoga? Because the Yakun? Yoga is for raccoon people, alright? That's the easy answer. Mr. Sholmes, just like one thing.
Ray, what troubles you?
Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It's more stripy, wouldn't you say? Yes, you're right. I think that is the case. You'd have to call it the striped band, wouldn't you?
You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think that is precisely the trap in which the culprit wishes you to fall?
Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap? How exactly?
I think perchance it's time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova?
I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me.
There are two conclusions I've drawn for the facts. Number one, last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two, that same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life.
No!
She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again.
Sholmes has to be right. He's hit the nail on the head. But let me guess. The steps that it gets there is wrong again. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi. Looks like he can't even speak with that snake coiled around his head.
I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. The great deduction. The game is afoot. Topic 1. Intruder's identity. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. The whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain.
More like her aching hand. It's a python. It's a non-poisonous snake. What? She must have hit him in the back of the neck with his shoe polish. While he had his sword out trying to kill her friend. Because he thought it was a poisonous snake.
And that it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what is the nature of this intruder that stole to the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend of which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent that we see before us. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observation of the night in question fell of a speckled fan. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was the sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night?
No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this.
No, but it does. You have the answer to the quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying but failing to conceal can only be the snake's sloughed skin. Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin. No?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friends slid next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake, whose markings change each time it sloughs its skin. A snake so dreadful, we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India.
Think this is the conclusion of the actual story it's based on? Yeah, probably.
Topic 2. How did Mr. Asogi die? Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter. The grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life? And more importantly, why? According to the data of which I've been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Nope. Nope, he wasn't poisoned. No poison found. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence for it to affirm it at the scene of the crime.
Oh no. Could that be?
Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. The almost but not quite imperceptible puncture wound left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of snakebite delivered by your terrifying friend.
This makes no sense.
There's no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you've endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glances betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links to your victim in the traveling kit. No, it's the desk. It's in the desk somewhere. When we first met at this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt.
You don't.
It's telling that the victim made a note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his death. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you used to train your serpent friend.
To train?
Indeed. You put the serpent through this ventilation, and wait. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen in for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared to not have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny the snake has undergone such training?
It is not true.
Having slithered through the ventilator, down the bell cord, the creature only needed to sink its fangs once. Then the venom would course through the victim's veins, and ending existence forevermore. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took this poor boy's life. There can be no doubt! My logic is infallible. Conclusion, death by a venomous snake bite. Except that's so wrong. This concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of the speckled band. Miss Pavlova has trained her snake into a killing machine. There on the floor, you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is key to training any creature. Incredible. You've solved the mystery. Amazing. Your great detection really lives up to its name. I see now why Herlock Sholmes is such a household name. My dear man, it is nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand.
Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? I mean, he's like mostly the right way there, but...
But of course, what is on your mind?
Just like your deductions before, some things don't quite make sense to me.
I welcome questions to my method, and will answer both loudly and proudly.
Oh, well, that's good. Snakes are egg-laying creatures. They're part of the reptile family.
Surely you are well informed, madam?
And reptiles don't drink milk.
Oh,
It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. I'm not sure that it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward.
no matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic still holds.
Well, there's something else. Snakes don't have ears.
Oh,
Yes, so I'm not sure if it would be possible to signal a snake by whistling.
but madam, what of the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of snakes that dance to the sounds of a flute?
I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements.
Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears. These creatures are so inept to be practically useless.
Now, don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. There's one other thing.
You have more.
Snakes use the scales of their bellies to propel themselves forward. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones inside the caverns.
Then it should try harder.
don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is just that, well, even if the snake had gone up the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there's a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, you don't mean, yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions, turning them into the great ones that they ought to be. I had a feeling that this was coming. Alright, let's give this a try.
Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah, right.
So, cast your eyes down to your wrists again.
What? You've done it again. Your handcuffs are gone.
Where did they go? Fear not. I shall see them restored after our work is done.
I really wish you'd just leave them off.
Now, everyone, let us begin.
I think Sholmes is just pretending to be dumb. Well, it's clear that, like, he has the right ideas, but he always notices, like, some things just not quite correctly, which is kind of like the point, right? Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. Okay, so we can skip past until we reach the point where, yeah, he has good intuition, but he isn't 100% on track. Yeah, exactly. So we just need to reach this point. She does have a pained expression to her face. Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind. But you're not sure if Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression? Let's take a moment and really look closely at Miss Pavlova. Oh! Claws!
Yes!
It's not a pet snake, she has a different kind of animal. When you recall those word events, that claw scratch marks with pain. The snake isn't hers. The snake is Stroganov's, because he's got the tan marks on his face. It's not a burn at all. It's the way he's tanned because the snake is always clinging around him. The snake is his, not hers.
Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact just receive that scratch? Sometime last night, perhaps?
When I think about that young man who died next door, I feel sad. When I'm sad, the pain from this wound is worse.
And is that very pain that evidences your next inextricable link to the victim's death? So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabins on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend of which you have boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing snake we see before us.
Well, that's wrong. No response. Seems like the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet of which claws might grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers? Should follow her gaze now, older son. That's what will find the answer. Ah!
Yes!
That photograph frame that was hidden behind the teapot to us the whole time, just for this moment. You were looking over at this framed photographic print, weren't you, Miss Pavlova? Well, let's not be distracted by the print itself. Oh no. It's the frame itself that's your friend, isn't it? Because it so beautifully displays what you put inside of it. What spectacularly contrived logic that led to this mindless conclusion? Oh, well, it's supposed to be a logic and reasoning spectacular, so I thought I'd contribute to the show. This is my show, Mr. Naruhodo. Kindly perform any peculiar experiments on your own stage. Sorry. Oh shit, I did that wrong. Do I need to inspect it before I present it as evidence? Maybe I do. Maybe I need to inspect it before I really ought to narrow it down. Let me scout around again in the direction that she looked. Wait, if it's not that, bet it's a bird? Oh, I do have to hit space to observe it. The photograph in this frame. Must be something that Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. She's exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? So it's the same thing. I just needed to take a very specific step. The little black creature that she's holding that caught my eye. We better take a close look at this. The cat's got the little bell that we found the half of.
Yes!
Yeah, I was like, oh, yeah. Because I saw the cat in the photograph, right? I was like, oh, the photograph, the cat. Without your doubt, your friend is a little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no. The whereabouts of this little black kitten isn't clear, but what's clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Darka's my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Dark would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, the fact still leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observation of that night in question tells of a speckled cat. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. It has nothing to do with any of this. But it does. You have the answer to the quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying to hide, but fail to conceal. Snake's sloth skin. I don't think that's a snake skin at all. Do you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. If she just left it in her pocket, no one would have ever known. Oh yes, boys like that are Mr. Shone's specialty. He so cleverly forced her to reveal something. I thought deduction was a specialty, or making me believe that is a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that that's the skin of a snake. In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? Oh. Well, it is speckled. It's a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy. A long piece of cloth of some sort. That looks like a handle on one end. I think that's a cat's toy. It's the most common. It's sort of common in the West, apparently. How's that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You don't need to wave it in front of them, and they pounce to catch it. That sounds positively adorable. So I have to be observing it. I can't just present it, despite the fact that it's obvious. It's speckled and it's a band, but what? Wait, I already clicked through this. I need to hit R to present it. Whoops.
Yes!
Yes, that thing you're trying, but failing to conceal, is a cat's toy. Precisely, the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. It was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. Ah. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova is which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime. Is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. A truly troublesome feline young Miss Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You'll have to forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. It was after I gave her food last night. That is when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the balcony. Before I could do anything, she disappeared through the ventilator. Darka, she's so naughty. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter. The grim demise of the victim. And why did this young man use... How did this young man lose his life? And why? According to the data which has been apprised, it would appear that there are no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a... Something else I noticed is that Sholmes immediately catches on to whatever Inosuke talks about. Like, I think he's capable of deducing things just fine. It's his... and he has amazing instincts, but his actual observation of fine details needs work, right? Like, he sees, like, the general importance of everything, but he and comes to more or less the right conclusion, but all the steps that he finds are wrong. But the moment, like, you start, like, correcting his steps, he starts realizing, oh, wait, this is actually how it happened. He needs a proofreader, right? He needs a beta tester. Yeah, he just came to a wilder sequence of events, exactly. His mind is working a little bit too fast is the problem. There's no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-san's body. Yeah, that's right. But Mr. Sholmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. Yeah, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now.
Yes!
In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Oh yes, I knew it was one or the other. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stroganoff isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury is still out on that. Anyway, we have it on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no! Could that be?
Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove to the cause of death conclusively. Wait, Cosmo died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something, or someone.
Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though.
Presumably, Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow.
I suppose it's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. Could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident.
Oh yeah, a bad fall could explain it.
It's rather hard to believe, Cosmo-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man.
Well, we still need to fix this deduction somehow.
Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened?
I think it has to be the mark on the floor, right? Like, there's this, like, this whole bell and situation here. That, like, I think this has to be it. Or, yeah, this has to be it.
Yes!
An examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. The particular mark so prominently visible next to the victim's body is a deposit of shoe polish.
Shoe polish?
Indeed. Positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I now carry as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results. The undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match for the color of Mr. Asogi's laced leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped.
Please, no.
And by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine. The victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant he lost his life.
No! Oh, everybody's head hurts not because they all ate bad food, but because the ship rocked hard last night and the bolt came and locked. Everybody fucking hit their heads. I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova?
What about the evidence left behind the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right! You hid the evidence that links to the victim's death of that travel.
I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more. That can't be true! I refuse to accept that!
Look, I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor suggests that that's what happened.
But...
And if this is part of Mr. Schultz's deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. In this cabin, somewhere in the direction that just cast her eyes? Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer has to be around somewhere. Not the traveling case, the tiara, the glass, waste paper basket. Wait, we're looking at the wrong angle. Can I... Wait. No. Okay, so this is where she hit her friend, and it's empty. There was that little kitten that she calls Darka.
Seems they left it out, wrapped around somebody's head somewhere, trying to make a new friend. Either that or it's scratching their hand to pieces. The point is, where's the cat gotten off to? This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all first-class cabins have them, but Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably there's not much rubbish in here yet. The other half of the bell! Oh, what's that? The broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than what your mind's playing tricks on you.
Yes!
Yep. That's right! You hit the evidence that links you to the victim's death in the waste paper basket. Oh. Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that is a familiar error, in fact. Precisely. We found another piece of the broken glass on the floor in Mr. Alsogi's cabin. As you can see, and the two pieces fit together more or less perfectly. Oh no. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that the part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket of your cabin? You're well acquainted with this glass bell, or you're not? I don't know. In that hushed Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. The photograph! What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The evidence linking Pavlova and the little glass bell. That would be...
Yes!
If you look close at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darka's collar, the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Your absent feline friend, Darka! I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Dude, that's so fucking sad that your friend died because he tripped over a goddamn cat. That's fucked. That's how he died, really? That's fucked. It was an accident. Oh no. Cosmo was a good guy. Why don't you just tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched at me and jumped out of my hands. People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast. She disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it. Yes. And I had read the rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me. Yes, modern science suggests that an animal can carry infectious diseases. It is a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet, I'm sure. If someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point, you thought it safe to try to lure the kitten back again. By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator into the adjoining cabin. Darka always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return. So the faint whistling sound that Cosmo wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet.
Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I had to wait till she calmed down. But then... I nearly passed out with shock. I heard a cry out and then... Oh, such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Kazuma was... From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass barrel and tripping up. The SS Buria is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Master Asogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got on his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could have easily caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her come back to me through the ventilator. Yet Darker is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case, and now she's disappeared again. Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself, at least. When I woke up this morning, I heard that a young man and his cabin next to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Oh wait, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right! Where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it? Where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature even doing on this ship? Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Pirozko. Hmm? What? What? That snake belongs to you. He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. Wasn't looking for him. I did not expect him to find him here. Yeah, how did that snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. Ah, we are safe at sea for 1 year. You want to be strong? You want to be so long with a close friend, without someone who understands? Can you just find someone a little more human who can understand you better? But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake. Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom. Hmm? Pirozko does not have venom. He is armless, very long but very gentle. He is adorable like Granny. I get the feeling his Granny was a scary woman. It's venomless. Yes, now he's hungry, so he's in bad mood, but once I feed him, you will see big smile. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Ah, like they say, milk chicken's ridiculous. Snakes that milk drink milk are only in stupid stories. Pirozko eat mouses, big fat round mouses. Ah, so that's what the mousetrap is for. Is that what the mousetrap in the passageway's out there for? Of course! How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in the eyes right now. It refuses to drink milk. Can't hear a whistle. It can't climb up a bell cord. It's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Pirozko has nothing to do with the incident.
that's what happened then. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. Miss Pavlova? I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then, no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. What? What are you talking about, Miss Mikotova? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events. An accident. No. They tried to cover it up by forcing him to write. I'm no great detective like Mr. Holmes. I do not have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? To be perfectly honest, yeah. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story. I'm sure of one. I just can't put my finger on it. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh. I'm only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. Distraction? I do hope you haven't been not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Ah! Not again! What the hell did he do that? Especially when they're on your wrist as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. Wait, you were Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours, was he not? Yeah. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. Whatever that might be. The key to this discrepancy is in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died? How about how that scene in your cabin really came to be? Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Yes. What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in the cabin was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance. Well, we've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident.
Hold it!
Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's what really happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yeah, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right there in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. wasn't an accident. Really? Let us show our hand, Miss Naruhodo. Let's present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. I don't even need to check it. It's a crime scene photograph. The truth is clearly recorded in the photographic print. There's no way Mr. Aosagi could have left this message on the floor. That script, it's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese, in this case. What? Maybe he was studying Russian. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. That doesn't seem very likely. That's not the point. It makes no difference whether you knew Russian or not. Sorry? What do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There's no way that Aosogi could have left the message on the floor. His neck broke. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death. Objection! Una! Yahoo! How you doing, cutie? Hope you're having an amazing day. My best friend was murdered and I'm trying to solve his case. Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't have possibly written anything. I love you too. Hope you're doing well. How you doing, cutie? Because he was already dead. I see how it is. Yama gets a hello. Cross just called me a nerd. Sag. Did I not say hi to you, Azumeja? How you doing, cutie? Hope you're also having a goody day. Also, yes, Una, I do have favoritism towards Una. Alright, I'm sorry. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't have been there if what Miss Pavlova told us was true. What? So Susato-san has noticed it too, then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. I returned from being kidnapped. What the fuck happened to him? So... he died? Your best friend died? And we've been trying to solve his murder the whole time. Proves that this was no accident. Wait, is it this?
Yes!
Can't believe they killed Bishoja Edgeworth again? Yeah. So he must not be, like, the direct ancestor, but he must be in, like, the same family, right? This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. That's the glass bell the kitten around his neck. We already know all about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over it. The cat and fell. So we already have a satisfying explanation. Where's the flaw in the logic in that? Unfortunately, it's a very big flaw. Pretty fatal one, in fact. What? Empreg happened? If that's what happened, then how did one half of the bell end up back here in the cabin? Why not both? Oh. Yes. Remember that we found the other half of the glass in the waste paper basket? Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh, no. Both of these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. When Mr. Aosagi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth, in order to cover up his or her own guilt. There was someone else present in Mr. Aosagi's.
Hold it!
We're wasting time. Someone else was there? Duh, of course, we know this. bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. No way in or out. Oh, yes. And only other person in cabin who, when young student died, was you.
Yes!
It's true. I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I could have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message. To be precise about the details? Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question who wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor. An attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I have been asleep there the entire time. And then the same person that picked up the broken glass bell that fell to the floor, for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asogi really died. Why would this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours in the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would have barely cast any light onto the floor there. Little wonder then that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. You suspect me, don't you? Seaman Stroganoff.
Nina's woman of sea. She's daughter of strong sailor. 20 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills. She went away to join ballet company. But before she was dancer on the ship, a member of ship's band. Do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal!
So that's it.
You say that when young student died, Nina was there in cabin? That is not possible! I give my tooth!
Well, that is most interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure?
You get a detective, you should know! Look truth in eyes! Cabin bulkhead. Bolt shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Or do you want to tell me the killer can walk through locked door? Niet. Impossible.
Well, he's right about that. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around door latches, and so they can open and close them from the outside.
Fred, are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors.
Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel, not a gap in sight, no threads, no needles. No magnets could have been used. No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruto suggested it earlier, so... Suzato-san, how could you shift it onto me like that? After bringing it up in the first place? So, Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door could not have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily.
What?
I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method that I have in mind being used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruto, I believe you should know what I mean, don't you? Yeah, the bookshelf. Yeah, the bookshelf. Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruto? Yep. And, well, so should you. because we saw it happen. Indeed we have. So would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes!
Look at the bookshelf there. See all the books and things of it have toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe, yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia acting on the objects. Is there nothing Suzato-san doesn't know? Or is that's not in her book, at least? Well, whatever it's called, it's the same force that pushed over the books on the bookshelf, also made something else in the cabin move. Specifically, the bolt on the cabin door. It was very obvious after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before, we hadn't bolted the door, but then... Hello, is anyone in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh wait, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Oh, yes. That's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door. Yep. It's made of metal, but it's small, light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia, or if you want to call it that. Oh, are you trying to say that the last night, after Miss Asogi was killed, the SS Korea made another emergency stop? That's why everyone's head hurts! Because we all hit our fucking heads! When I woke up in the morning and looked at the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over. All the ornaments. It was almost as if somebody had run their hand across the shelves deliberately, knocked everything over. Oh, yes. I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? And then when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books, everything had toppled over. Just like in Mr. Asogi's cabin. Oh my! Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You say Buria made emergency stop? It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly happen? Unless you're saying that the culprit actually summoned from the engine room? Oh, it's simple enough. Hmm? Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm? Oh, yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there? Telling you only have to press the button in times of emergency. On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Wait, it was you? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today. So he's the one that pressed it most recently. Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed. Whatever the occasion! He almost sounds proud of himself. How dare you mess with the ship! I report to Captain, you are in much trouble now. Oh, now, I'm sure that all can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we now have learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what we must now consider Yes. It all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did this ship make an emergency stop, or did it not?
You two are idiots. Boria's huge ship, many passengers. If we make emergency stop in the middle of night, there will be chaos everywhere.
Okay, wait. Hold up. Can we get the original format version? Yes! Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Alright, let me go back to history. It should be, what are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, it's certainly possible some kind of emergency happened last night. And we do have evidence to support the idea. Really? Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. And I'm pointing out, no entries from 2 a.m. to earlier this morning, despite the fact that they have an entry every 30 minutes normally. At some point, there was something to report, but instead of writing nothing to report, it was left blank. I remember.
Yes!
I remember. Seaman Stroganoff, it's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship. Isn't that right?
Duh, that is correct.
Why? And this is the ship's log here. This would be where you record the details of your duties.
What are you doing with that? That is mine!
Oh, you rather carelessly left it on top of the little makeshift burrow in the passageway out there. And Midoriko, Yahoo, how you doing, cutie? I hope you're doing goody. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with the mind to return it to you later.
I left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always!
The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you write the phrase, nothing to report every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light in this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log.
That is dumb, because nothing happened.
But if nothing happened, you would normally write nothing to report, wouldn't you? Indeed so. Which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened aboard the SS Boria.
Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact.
Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night?
Stop talking rubbish!
If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh? Why?
Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really happened, surely all of us would have noticed.
That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anyone would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night.
Well, no, that's a good point. What of the throbbing? Sorry? What do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We've all suffered with it. Oh, yes, I have had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today.
Nor have I.
Wouldn't the possibility of a ship making a stop without the alarm exist? Yeah, that's what we're bringing up right now.
My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn.
That's the point, right? Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected.
He's right. My head's been throbbing today, too.
Or have they all been knocked out? Their heads all got knocked around while they were unconscious.
And ever since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything's been sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. Then the first thing that I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head.
I already had been dragged out of the wardrobe. And had those handcuffs put on me by that point.
Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me?
Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo. You boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you?
Oh, well, yes. Sorry.
The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on?
Oh, well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals.
So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday's evening, I take it? Yeah, in fact, I had all of that.
Kazuma, well, he wasn't very fond of chicken.
Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all?
Yeah, that's right. He didn't touch it. Is that relevant?
My dear fellow, does that not strike you?
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken?
I do. No. Really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night might have been tampered with.
Oh, so it was tampered on top of that, to try to make people sleep a little extra deeply so that no one would notice an emergency stop. Oh, shit! So it's double layered.
Tampered with the addition of a soporific, designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it.
That's why Kazuma was the only person up. A sleeping drug. That's why she was able to get onto the ship with no one noticing. That's the emergency stop! Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug that no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Shonen means. What a far-fetched idea.
Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator.
What? Mr. Sholmes?
Well, Seaman? I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, well, there will have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew, and the captain himself, would be hauled over the coals. For aiding and abetting a renegade. Please, no more. I will tell everything. I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes. So, when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me.
His face? Yeah, it's because he has a pet snake that likes to wrap around his head.
We all agreed to help, everyone together. She threw away everything, her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel.
I don't believe it.
You're right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes. I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. Duh. We could not make all drug, how you say, dissolve. Ugh. Talk about some heavy seasoning. At midnight, in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by comrade on shore with small fishing boat. While all the passengers of the SS Buria slept soundly, thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained.
So, if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who dislike chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. That means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Cosmo's cabin door.
But how does that make any sense?
Surely, every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case. There would have been complete chaos.
Oh, I wouldn't say so.
What?
Ah, of course. Just like us. All the passengers would have eaten their evening meals of chicken in their cabins, after which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night.
Yes.
The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway. And so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find a door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt on a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. You have talked a long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message on Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night.
But... I don't know about any of this. I'm just a little girl.
You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor. Sailors don't listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me. We only trust what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. What? I am quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes? Do you hear it? The accusatory cry of guilt on the wind.
What? Accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, wait, you've lost me a little.
Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No. You must hear it with your eyes, for observation is the basis for all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come for one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance, if you please.
With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes?
With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said of these two perfect characters.
Observation? If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that someone tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two were there when it happened.
Precisely! You are delightfully quick to grasp on my meaning.
Alright, I'll see what I can see.
But we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows that someone was there last night when Kazuma died. Oh!
I found it. That was easy.
Yes!
Seaman Stroganoff, you seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Yes, I don't know where the dirt comes from. So, nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain? What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of the stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform.
And I think what made it is clear.
Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it.
My pleasure. Alright then. The evidence that proves that the stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform really is. I guess it would have to be the crime scene photograph.
Yes!
Because it's got the ink. Yes, it is the photograph. The ink shows it. That's what caused the stain on your uniform.
Ink. A rather unusual color of ink. Purple. Ah, the penny drops. At last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of that exact same color. If the ink had been dry, it could have possibly stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilled. Alright, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in that student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed button to make Buria do emergency stop. Bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel. Please. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty, patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet.
Please, you must help me.
I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on floor. What happened here?
Please, don't tell anyone. My little one. little furry friend.
Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped to the ventilator to Mr. Asogi's cabin. Then he tripped over it, broke his neck when he fell to the floor. Yes, that is right. So after the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard sound of something falling on the floor. That is when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked, so she opened to look, and you already know what happened after.
Here with her eyes. Why didn't we think about that? Just one thing, if you wouldn't mind.
What?
When you went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why?
I already told you! When Nina opened door of student cabin and looked inside.
I was asking Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova? Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you. So is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. The photograph? Yes, I took this myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly, and the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten, upon which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, then there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural.
What do you mean, unnatural?
What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Hmm? Oh, well... If Kazuma tripped and fell, by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck, which part of the photograph seems... Why is his hand clenched? Shouldn't it be open to try to catch itself on the ground?
Yes!
Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then this fist just doesn't seem quite right. No, the message was faked. We know the message was faked. They framed it on me because they wanted to throw all possible blame away from their angel. We already know that the message is fake. There's something else about the photo, was the clenched hand. As if he was throwing a punch to defend himself. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yeah, here we see the victim. Left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say. As if though he was gripping something.
What do you mean?
Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. What, you did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Sholmes, show us, please. Why, of course, my dear madam. Why would I keep you in suspense? This is what I found. Oh, wait, shit, we never saw her other ear. Have we? We've only seen the one earring. A crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty. What does that tell us? Oh, shit, we've only ever seen it on one ear. it was odd that they were making an emphasis on that. I thought it was just meant for asymmetry to make the character more interesting, but it was intentional. Tells us nothing. I'm not so sure about that. That crescent moon? That looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere. And that's why they're purposely hiding it in this shot. Because they try to make you think about it. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo? That is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. Oh. How does that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? This is the final clue. The last piece of the puzzle. Ask for yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe. Find the answer with your own eyes. Yeah. It's broken.
Yes!
Miss Pavlova, notice that on your left ear, or your right ear, even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part is missing. The little link holding onto it must have broken, I suppose. Huh? What? But looking at your other ear, I notice a little crescent moon.
Oh! I don't believe it.
Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there's only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah. Miss Pavlova? Mr. Asogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night, in Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment that the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh no. Angel? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boats in the middle of the night, trying to climb aboard this huge ship. And then, when I was at last in the cabin and could relax after this horrible long day. Darka, wait! I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy. But nothing worked. Darka would not come back. What are you doing at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. The young man from your country, he was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka. He promised not to tell anyone. And so you ruined that kindness by framing his fucking friend? But when I had my friend in my arms again, going to leave the man's cabin... Just a moment. Sorry, but... Oh, yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Of course! You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Huh? No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina?
It's almost like your countries are pretty close to each other. Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth. Hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no choice. I see. So you've run away. Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's going to pull the cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think that I could trust him? Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait! I shouted. And then Daka jumped out of my arms, down the young man's feet, and as he turned around to look at me, I pushed him. Oh, she did do it. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. That's when you went to fetch help. From Seaman Stroganoff, who was on duty out in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out and thud on the floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door shaking like leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Beth. If they find out, I will be. Please, I have nowhere to go." So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Cosmo's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes. I went to the cabin. I looked around to make sure nothing to show that Nina was there. Then I found Stowaway in wardrobe, still sleeping. Right. That's when he found me. So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the Stowaway. And, Yahoo, how you doing, cutie? Hope you're well. How are you? I closed wardrobe doors. Put back strange paper size. Luckily for me, that's the only reason why Suzaku-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged young man's body to good place. Used ink that was spilling to write on floor. I wrote a wardrobe so that person who found it would look inside wardrobe and find Stowaway. Just woke up at 3 a.m.? Oh god. And tell me, what's of the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice it as a half. Then Angel went back to her cabin, and I finished job. By pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway. Yes. Accordingly, the SS Buria did come, indeed, to an emergency halt a little after 2 a.m. Thus, enticing the bolt on the doors of the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. What? Well, you said you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your home because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yes. But even if he had pulled the bell cord, called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? It was what he said first that made me scared. What he said first? What are you doing at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, she thought there was a fucking member of, like, a police on board. And that he was gonna talk to the policeman. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine.
He said an inspector was his friend.
Oh, yes, meaning me, who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard.
I thought if police know about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pulse the bell cord, May I stop you for a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asogi really going to pull on the bell cord? I don't know. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I'm not Kazuma. I can't know for certain, but he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done it. No! He was walking over to it! He was going to pull the cord! He was going to make some send me back!
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There's one more deduction to make.
What? Another deduction?
Yes. What action was the victim really about to take at that moment?
I'm guessing that he's not really dead? No, we have a coroner's report. His neck fucking broke.
Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? First, consider the victim's location with his cabin.
I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yeah, I spent a long time in that wardrobe, but still. That cabin's been my home this entire voyage. So this is how the cabin looked last night, when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama?
Yeah.
That's exactly how it was. I'm gonna try and sleep again. By the way, I did well in my Arabic exam. Pretty sure I got an A. Nice. Mwah. Super proud of you, gamer.
Are you ready then, Miss Naruhodo?
Yeah. There's one thing I've learned today. It's that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. Not only that, but in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So, when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at? Wait, why can't I choose the bed? Why can't I choose the bed? Wait, alright, for science. For science. For science. Nope. Kazuma placed a large book of law underneath his pillow. I believe he's going to consult that book in order to find a way to help you. But I'm not quite sure how Japanese law would have been relevant. Okay, this was definitely a mistake. Mr. Naruhodo, the truth is absolute. You cannot see someone look one way but follow their gaze another. Sorry. I had a feeling it was wrong. Where I'm standing, it was quite wrong. You appear to be out by a fair margin. Actually, no. You were out by a mile. Sorry. Okay. I had to do it for the meme, alright? The fact that he gives you an option to do the bet at all is too funny. Alright. I had to do it. I had to do it for the meme. I had to do it for the meme. I'm sorry. It wasn't the rope. The whole point was that he wasn't going to the rope. The whole point is that he was looking for his best friend's opinion. Someone that he knew he could trust. Huh. The wardrobe. My wardrobe. I was in there at that time, of course. Sleeping soundly. Too soundly. If only I hadn't eaten that chicken that was laced with the sleeping drug. If only he'd woken me up. Then maybe this tragedy would have never happened. See? It's the wardrobe.
Take that!
Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as if the Cosmo was gonna ring the bell cord. Yes, however, what is directly besides the bell cord? The wardrobe.
wardrobe? And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Aosogi's exact words last night? Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Another opinion? Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No. Mr. Aosogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh, no! Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Aosogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. Miss Pavlova, I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did. And that is the truth that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. I'm sorry. Really? I'm so sorry. What have I done? And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Buria was finally laid to rest. Dude, our friend fucking died for nothing, man. He was such a cool, fun character, dude. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now, then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office, sort it all out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? So, she's not going back to Russia, then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Seaman Stroganoff? I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you, about how you lost good friend. I will go with Nida. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste. But, well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Duh. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange a passage back to Japan. Yeah. I did stow away, after all. Couldn't really expect anything different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. I kind of assumed I was going to take his identity and become a student in Britain instead, or something. Looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it even began then. And to think that only days ago, Kazuma and I were laughing together how we'd tear up the streets of London. It seems like a distant memory now. Oh. Wait, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Susato-san?
Sato-san, I didn't know you had returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack and, you know, get ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Susato-san. Oh, also, we got not guilty. So congratulations to the believers for all the points. We are free, baby. We're fucking free, baby. He had such grand ideas for his visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away. Just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth, that it was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much. Yeah, I know. Who's this? I wish there was something I could say. Inspector? My duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain, but I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free again now, at least. What? Ha 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 ha! Surprise, Mr. Naruhodo! What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think that I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. I'm sorry, what? So I decided to restore them. You know, for old time's sake, shall we say. You are a stowaway after all. He thinks this is funny? Mr. Sholmes. I'm glad you enjoyed the VA. I'm glad you enjoyed the VA work. We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Oh, not at all, not at all. And though it is a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope that you'll be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port in Hong Kong. We must return to Japan and make a full report of everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice, by both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer, one assistant. Was to be? In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no. No, I don't care for me, but... Poor Susato-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have a rather extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Yes. Wait. Hold up. Miss Susato? Yes? Do you think perhaps maybe I could do it?
But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh,
Unless you are studying law?
no, I'm not, but
I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's even a chance that could work. But as I said, there's still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah, I have a month to study, to learn what I need to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruhodo? Wait, that's ridiculous. Are you suggesting anybody could learn that in 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Please, will you let me try? And if by the chance that we reach Great Britain I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Cosmo. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyways, I guess it's for my own benefit too. I'll become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Mrs. Otto? I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No, this is madness! Yeah, fascinating. Would you agree? Fascinating? Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we, well, all abhor. Give us interest. Give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to reward my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector, after all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector. If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how to best make my report. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah. Guess I'm gonna try. I wonder... Would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer? I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant, after all. Thank you. And, Mr. Naruhodo, I'd like for you to take charge of this. What? Me? Wait, are you sure about that? I'm sure it's what Cosmo-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karama. It is a great sword that has been inside the Asogi clan for generations. Very well. I accept. And I will treasure it always. So then, Mr. Zato, it seems we'll be working together for some time come yet.
will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes! That's exactly what I need! But, before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you too. Oh, goodness! What is it? Please throw me to the ground. 3 times. What? I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course, you would have never done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. Wait, no, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away and the cabin door was locked from the inside. No! I will not let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should have never thrown you, and not just once, but 5 times. That number keeps creeping up suddenly, doesn't it? Please, you must. Take hold of me and throw me. Do it! Don't even think about it! When your judicial assistant begs for you to ground pound them. when your judicial assistant begs for a literal ground pound? No. I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life.
Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It's not one skill that one acquires without considerable training.
Oh, Mr. Holmes.
I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed.
When did he see that? It's like one of my wet dreams, exactly.
I presume that'll be a form of Japanese wrestling.
Oh, well, in a way, it is not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujitsu technique. Apparently it's called the Susato takedown. Leaves your head swimming, I believe me.
How beguiling. I'm a practitioner of the combative art myself, and I'm a somewhat accomplished boxer.
There he goes again, dancing around.
I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on this technique of your arresting throw.
Yes, I would be honored.
Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam.
Oh, of course. Wait, are you ready, Mr. Naruto? Wait, why are you doing it on me? Wait, sorry? Hiya! Wait, why on me though? Why on me though? As you can see, you throw from the abdomen.
Oh, yes. Arresting indeed. And that is what you term the Susato takedown, is it?
He's gonna call it the Sholmes takedown. I already know it. Actually, no, that was a Susato squash. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Karuma.
That's right. It is a prized sword that has been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan.
I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring that with you. I mean, throwing an opponent well so that they don't hurt themselves, outside of just getting a shock, is also a skill. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely.
A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Inosuke. I cannot be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that.
So its name compels the wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you need much compelling.
On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do, Great Britain. And I will sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me.
Oh, of course I will. Whatever it is. I'll see it through to the end with you.
I knew you wouldn't let me down.
That important thing he had to do? I still don't even know what that was. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out, I guess. In Great Britain's capital, London. Alright. Woo! That is a lot that has happened today. Definitely a lot that has happened. Adventure of the Runaway Room. Oh, I can actually go back and forth now. The Great Departure, The Hound of Baskerville, episode 5. So it goes all the way to 5, and then there's just like a lot of Sherlock Holmes references. The Runaway Room, The Clouded Kokoro, and The Hounds of Baskerville. Alright. I'm gonna click this just to make the music start. But we're ending stream here. This is stream end moment.
Glancing over
Alright.
my records of the late last century,
Alright.
I am faced
Thank you guys
by
so
the
much for
events of a
stopping
certain
by.
bitter winter.
It was a lot of fun. I hope you guys enjoyed as well.
A murder
But
in a
tomorrow's
carriage
Monday, and
as
we
it
all,
sped
and a
through
lot of us
dense
still
London
have things
fog
that we're gonna have to
in
do.
the dead of night.
So, stay
Though the
safe,
victim and the
rest
perpetrator
well,
were the only ones
mwah.
inside,
and
there
we'll
were
see you
multiple
guys
witnesses
not
to the crime
Monday,
itself.
but either Tuesday or Wednesday, depending on what happens.
However,
Mwah.
none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident, I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together.
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure. I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.